Okay, give me just a sec and we'll get started. Okay. Hi. And welcome. To more Ace Attorney Justice for All. So, I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that my voice will, cooperate with me tonight. Oh, yes, we're about to ask, Mr. Powers some questions. So, about this testimony you're giving, what are you going to talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, and especially not that lawyer, he said.
Who do you think is that lawyer the detective was talking about?
I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that it's me. Yeah, you got it.
Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright.
Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? It's gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know? Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what is he really like? Well, let's see. That's always been kind of a player with women. He'd never really turn a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He'd always say, it's just a game to justify himself.
What? How horrible! That's unforgivable!
Ow. Sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. You know, he said once that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. Thank you for the hydrate dash. Also, I just realized I forgot to put my glasses on. How are you doing? Watar, yes. I really should adjust the color of the text in the chat pop-up. Doing good? I'm doing pretty good. Gosh, I will say, a lot of people don't like glasses. I really like my glasses because they make me look really good. They're square-brimmed glasses, and square-brimmed glasses work on everyone. Like, no joke. If you add square-brimmed glasses to a character's design, you improve that character's design 99 out of 100 times. And the other 1% is it just stays neutral. Them shits Ed style, yeah. It sucks actually needing them though. Like, I have really bad, what's it called? I have a really bad, stigmatism, I think is what it is. Because, I get, double vision. Luckily, my prescription isn't so strong that that I need to wear them all the time. It's just when I'm using when's the face reveal? No comment. His manager, you know, Miss Adrian Andrews. Why is Mr. Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? Also, I'm feeling alright. I'm hoping that my voice will cooperate. Because I both know that we're coming up on the end of this because it's only 68% as blind as a bat. Send help. You see? I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities in their world have this dazzling sort of image, right? Dazzling sort of image? But aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Powers? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, brutish kind of guy, you see? But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about the other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey. Did you hear about this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impact's?
We heard something about how her wedding was canceled.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day, about that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why don't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically glowing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left a suicide note. And they say that Juan wouldn't hit it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left a note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is.
Something bad for Mr. Kurita.
Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste talked with a few of her friends. And she said, looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. Truly insidious man? Did she mean Mr. Kurita by that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. Ungard and Miss Andrews, they're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand or know about, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything.
Mr. Nick, your phone.
Hey, that's still Samurai theme song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. Sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal. Oh, I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something really unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth? Anyway, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. What did that say? Sorry, give me a sec. Hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. Jesus, that went by so fast that I actually couldn't read it even in the chat replay. Or in the stream replay. Hello? You got cut off.
What's going on, Mr. Nick?
She said we need to go back to the office right away.
Then we should hurry back.
I'm scared to go back.
What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together.
Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who bought that spy camera. This quickly? Miss Bear's what gave him away, pal. Bear. Figured it out, pal. I figured that we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera.
But wasn't it Mr. Edgeworth that figured?
Shh, Pearls. And? Go on. There's only one person who bought one of those bears who's related to this crime.
Who is it? Who'd be so rude as to spy on another person in their room?
Head on guard.
Huh?
Head on guard. Your client. That's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. Are you sure you heard right? That the person who bought this bear was... Heard it from the department store clerk, pal. This is the credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for $3,800, pal. Let's see, it's an exact match for the price of the stuffed bear. A receipt? That's all you have? Nah, it's not just the receipt, pal. Store clerk said so himself. He told me. I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ungard. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ungard's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure the person that bought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ungard himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. So what about the spy camera we found? That was a dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of thing from anywhere. But for now, I guess I can give you these back to you for you to file away into evidence. No, you don't want to give up, pal. Never thought... I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy camera in Juan Corrida's room was Mad Ungard?
Why would Mr. Ungard do something like this?
But it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Corrida in one of their rendezvous. I bet is not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. You gonna see him? Mr. Ungard, I mean. Yes.
I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next.
Scared myself, but I have to put a good face on for Pearls. Mad Ungard, what in the world have you done? You're working really late, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax, don't you know that ignorance is bliss? If you really want to know, let's talk. Now, let's hear what this secret of yours is. What if Mr. Corrida had been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude, I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can keep on saying it till I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention the whole time that night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Corrida, especially on that night. Someone used this camera to secretly film Mr. Corrida's room the night of the murder. Secretly film? What? And then sent the images the camera took with this transmitter. Wow, but dude, where's the camera you were talking about hidden? The spy camera was hidden in this bear's eye. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. Huh. Guess Juan had a few of those kinds of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. Sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Corrida was... Mr. Ungard, don't you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Jeez, that was loud. But he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He says the one who put the camera in his eye was you, Mr. Ungard. Didn't know how you work in court. I think I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, this is all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof you want to show me first? Here's proof that it was you who put the camera inside the bear. I have here one credit card receipt, Mr. Ungard. It's from when you bought that stuffed bear. Dude, all you can tell from this is that I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? It's $3,800. This could be the toothbrush I bought that one time. A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory. It's got elephant hair for bristles. Ew. Elephant hair? Is that what rich people use nowadays? Anyway, the store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So, if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why you set up the camera yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what I want to know, because I must. Also, give me a sec. I'm sorry about that. Just had to cough out a lung. I'm going to find out because I want to know. Because I must. The reason you hid this camera in Mr. Kurita's room and filmed it in secret is... Adrian Andrews? There's a rumor going around that Miss Andrews and Mr. Kurita were having secret meetings. You, who is keeping tabs on Mr. Kurita. You are going to reveal this fact and turn it into a scandal, isn't that right? Dude, you can be such a moron. Huh? Oh man, Mr. Lawyer, dude, that kind of scandal? That's the good stuff. That's what we in the industry call juicy. The good stuff? Juicy? Look, we can get publicity without spending a penny with that kind of stuff. I mean, if people stop paying attention to us, then it'd be the end, dude. Too bad that wasn't your intention. What are you talking about? I wish your reason for spying was something so innocent, but it wasn't. You didn't spy on Mr. Kurita because of Miss Andrews. Or if you didn't, then there's only one reason I can think of for you to do such a thing. The real reason you set up that camera in Mr. Kurita's room was... It's this card. Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly DeKiller, and I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly DeKiller? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. Finally starting to get the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Mad on Guard. I know why you know Mr. DeKiller. It's because you're his client. Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So how? How would you know something like that? It's because you're his client. That's why. You hired Shelly to kill her to assassinate Mr. Juan Carita. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Mad on Guard. And here I was, trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought, anyway. Mr. On Guard? You really did hire... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna insult myself, okay? Insult myself? Well, guess it's probably about time anyway. About time for what? Think it's time for you to meet him, Mr. Lawyer, dude. That is what that said, by the way. How do you do, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Mad on Guard. Well done, Mr. Wright. Bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. You really... So you are Shelly the Killer's client? You didn't really think I'd dirty my own hands in this, did you?
What do you mean?
That woman, Adrienne, was quite brave herself. Trying to stick the crime on me. Didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan's dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer?
That's... You're lying. What a terrible...
It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on and let us grown-ups talk about more adult things.
But why? Why did you hide the video camera and...
The weakling soon believes the words of others. Just like that pathetic Adrienne. Knew about Miss Andrews' secret? But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Wow, what was that? What? Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. A superstar like me? How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess?
And that's why...
Yes, that's where the video comes in. It's got his face and the crime scene recorded on it, preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. That's right. Video's my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright?
Why would you do something so wrong?
Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Good enough of an answer for you, little girl?
Why? Why would you kill Mr. Carita?
Because he was about to sling so much dung onto my beautiful public image. Scandals are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it?
If Mr. Carita had been able to give it, then Mr. On Guard's secret would have...
Well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, but bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself perfectly. How beautiful, I thought.
And that's how Mr. Carita ended up dead?
Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrienne. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet, innocent face and people will swallow anything you feed them. Adrienne fell for it, and the assassin too. Oh, and how can I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me, Mad on Guard. Did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You're growing awfully quiet. How could I have been deceived by you how could I have been deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Carita. And you answered very clearly that you hadn't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told any lies. Person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Kurita. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. But too bad, you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How's that sound? But you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do.
Mystic Maya.
You wouldn't want to test a killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I'd give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I'll get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. One said something just like that, if memory serves. Of course, well, we all know how well things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? Don't know who this is, and now? Oh, this is probably, Edgeworth. And now you've finally found it. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let us return to the precinct. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy...
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who's clearly a killer... On guard. That man is really... It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense? But what exactly is that? Is that where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? Ironic that you of all people should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you've fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I've believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who are suffering and in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record, that's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're all so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect win record were meaningless.
What?
I don't believe you. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you'll see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then you will be powerless to change the ending of this story.
Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My, what is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ungard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Please don't misunderstand things. He's my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. You and Edgeworth should be very familiar with it. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what it is called client relations, and it's a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, you did, but my name is DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller. You're Shelly DeKiller. Please keep in mind that you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a D-Killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain... Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see to it that she receives a nice, long nap.
No!
Now then, if you'll excuse me... If someone were to trace this signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Huh. Oh, that. It sounded like a cat.
Cat.
It can't be. That cat, can it?
What is it?
I know where Shelly DeKiller is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head for Ungard Mansion immediately. Alright, you hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
We gotta make a stop in the hotel lobby first. Maya!
Please answer us, Mystic Maya.
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. Can't believe it. That butler. All this time, he was to kill her. He and Ungard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. There are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
Bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right, look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Ah, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door, it's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. There's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Ungard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. Antenna for sending and receiving radio signals, and a VCR. This is 2017, by the way. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. Hey Nautilus, how are you doing? It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. And now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax? You mean...
Yes, Mr. Kurita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here at Mr. Ungard's mansion?
And why does it say, with love? This might be a clue.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back. There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya. She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you either. Or ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk,
I think it says I guess I'll talk to you later, but... I hate the auto skip, it's very dumb.
No! Mystic Maya!
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes. As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Miss Andrews' psych lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. It's time to open that last lock.
Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill.
Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psych lock.
Psych lock?
I want to know, and you will tell me, your secret.
Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can.
Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder?
I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer.
No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge.
And so you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why. What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for.
Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge.
Are you trying to help or hurt Matt with what you're doing?
Huh? What do you mean?
This random, haphazard throwing out of evidence you're so fond of doing.
That's not what I was trying to do at all.
Then refrain from doing it anymore.
Guess I screwed up big again. Taking my revenge out on Matt. There's something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Is it just Celeste? Okay. I skipped a step.
Celeste.
There's only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings, and even revenge. And that is Miss Impax's suicide.
What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt?
You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide.
Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt?
This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it?
Where did you find this? No. That's alright. It's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. On Guard's mansion.
And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan.
Yes, but I heard that didn't work out.
Because Mr. Kurita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes. Because of Matt. Because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going.
Celeste. She was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together.
So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture.
They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used. Toyed with until she was thrown away. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that's where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they even were planning on getting married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night that Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste.
I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Kurita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all. It's probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding and waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for it when it would hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impacts. And that wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds. And, so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized the note was a powerful weapon against Matt. And it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge.
Revenge? There's that word again.
Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course.
And that was at the press conference after the stage show.
I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out all about this that I drew, that I drew Juan close to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. I was going to burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still going to help that man?
I'm a lawyer.
I see. What a foul profession.
Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me.
It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway.
Can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation. Or with what I know now. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. Can't run forever. Mr. Phoenix Wright? What have I done wrong? I cannot allow you to go on like this.
But I'm just a simple defense attorney.
Silence. You are no longer worthy of your title. I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. To prove a killer innocent. Fun fact, they actually made that the big judge with the gavel one of Phoenix Wright's, if I'm not mistaken, they made it one of his supers in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Hello? This is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me. Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
Now listen up. You'd better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag of not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. Phoenix.
Mia? Maya, how's Maya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do?
Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles.
But
you can't give up. There's still some hope left.
Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here, not anywhere. It's that accursed on guard again. Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe! I'm really sorry. Where are you? Let me join the investigation team. We're chasing after the killer, pal. Then, you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on guard the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. It could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. You have to make the trial last longer? If you go Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you too can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah. Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through. I know it. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder. That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings.
Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape.
You're saying she's guilty after all?
I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card.
What is that? Looks like a shell.
This is the calling card of a certain assassin.
Assassin, you say?
Yes, Juan Carrito was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt Ungard.
What a surprising turn of events.
I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edgeworth has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound.
I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth.
The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way, yeah.
Mr. Powers, please. Don't need to put yourself down so much.
Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I'd like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. Ungard's room. Okay, sure. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone at first, I thought it was the bellboy. Thank you for the hydrate, Nautilus. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me.
Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony.
Talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Mr. Ungard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy...
What are you implying?
Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation.
Huh?
A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. The defendant's room? Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of. I wanted to say congrats.
What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're gonna try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. Every time? Witness. I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Sorry. So, you went to the defendant's room, and then? Hey, wait a minute. When and how did I suddenly turn into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt on guard? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the Nickel Samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And what was the defendant doing standing in front of his own room? He was talking with someone at first. I thought it was the bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? I'm sorry, but I can't remember right now. I'm sorry. Guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yeah, the bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had a guest with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. So, who are these guests you're talking about? You guys, of course. You and Maya and Little Pearl. I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. It's like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further.
Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers...
Bug. It was a moth.
Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night?
I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her.
I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long.
Went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his Nickel Samurai costume. Was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. Watched the two of them for a while, but I gave up and went back. First, what do you mean by that? Didn't think he was a normal bellboy. Why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? Wait a second, actually. Whoops. You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself?
Ah, yeah, that's it. You really know your job.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
This bellboy wasn't an ordinary one, was he?
Perhaps we should let the witness tell us.
Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony.
You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip.
So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that?
Oh, well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me.
How much it was?
That's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got into his pocket. And that's when I got my first look at the guy's face. I was really shocked.
I'm afraid I don't follow at all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should talk about. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree?
Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think.
A little too much?
Would you please clarify for the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. Can't even begin to guess.
And why is that?
Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash.
A roll of cash? Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it?
A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor.
They're just beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical fare for people like him.
Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive large rolls of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I stand around here prosecuting?
He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. Supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it?
Payment, Your Honor.
Payment?
Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita.
Then the bellboy the witness saw.
Yes, he was the assassin.
Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, you don't have any proof of this, do you?
Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card of Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime.
Shelley DeKiller?
He's the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person this witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really?
What's wrong, Mr. Powers?
No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I just figured something out.
Oh?
Actually, I saw that bellboy again later on that night.
What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw.
Sir, right away. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I meant Juan Carita's room. Now, when I think about it, that bellboy did seem kinda out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. There's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller, then, shall we? Or then we shall see.
So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious.
That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter.
I'm gonna hit you with a quick BRB. I will be back in just a moment. I definitely should have advanced another text box forward so the music would start.
This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom.
And what time was it?
Oh, well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 9 p.m., right?
And I went to Matt's room pretty soon after that, and then I came back. And I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 p.m. by that time? Not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers?
Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt and say my congrats. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room.
Are you sure it was the same bellboy?
Yeah.
And how could you tell? All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches in his face. Ugh. So I'm sure it's the same guy that was talking with Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I mean Mr. Juan Carita's room. The victim's room, huh? Yeah, the one with all the really pretty flowers and teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's going to say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it's a bit strange, Mr. Powers. Is it really that unusual for a bellboy to... Hi, how are you doing? Mustering Muss. I don't know how you want me to pronounce your name. How are you doing? But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or... There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplanted with this new one. You're okay? You love Ace Attorney? I love Ace Attorney as well. Edgeworth, you going to do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest's room empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There's a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice.
If we could come up with some sort of reason as to why he would come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge the bullet on this one for now.
Proof, huh? It's like another job for the court record. Right there, in the corner of the photo.
Objection!
Mr. Powers. Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer... Zelda and Ace Attorney are your two favorite franchises? What do I have Zelda-wise? I'm trying to think what, I've streamed recently that would be Zelda. Probably Randomizer most recently? Oh, yeah, my most recent Zelda thing was a Wind Waker Randomizer. I totally forgot about that. As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So? A baseball has stitches? Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Wind Waker and Minish Cap. Yeah. I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom off stream. I'm not very far in it though. And I don't want talk of spoilers or anything for Tears of the Kingdom because of logic, yeah. Well, there's also, I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I'd like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you look at what's on top of the table in the lower right corner here, anyone can clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. What? That would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah, but can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you'd like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say, empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. Well, the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh, boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, I gotta focus. I can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Wright, that bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? A football is made out of leather? Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made out of leather? That man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. It seems that we've finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh, yes. Please tell us more. Okay. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room, and the old guy just left without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and back to my seat. Bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next... Sorry about that. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room. Yeah, kinda saw all that by accident. Some accident? I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Also, completely random thing, can we talk about how Will Powers' neck is thicker than his head? After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be a poor underpaid action star, but even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is, where did you watch this from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye and a sort of sneaky, spy-like... I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. Gave something to the person inside the room. Was that in-game, or was that something... Something beeped. Do you hear that little, like, 3 beeps? That was weird. I said, hold it. Okay. That's better. Ahem. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. He gave something to this person. Yeah. And what was this something? I remembered what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? This implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please, try to remember what it was. I'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point. Namely, what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... Then the old guy just left without even going into the room. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Ungard's room? He opened the door to Viola Hall. Went in there, and who knows after that, right? I do. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony just now was just as vague as the first.
It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, that just makes it harder on us, doesn't it?
Talk about a lose-lose situation. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or just out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? Saw something else? There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. He was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Yep. Ask about the person inside. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? And you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Sorry, give me a sec. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it's just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I would say for sure. But I think it was some sort of wooden statue. A statue? Yeah, it kind of looks like one, I guess. If I saw the actual thing again, I'd probably remember, you know? It's like for this trial to proceed, I'm gonna need to come up with whatever this statue thing is and show it to him.
You're gonna have to trust your instinct on this one and take a chance, Phoenix.
Well, Mr. Powers, let's continue with your testimony. What did the bellboy do after that? What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor.
What is it, Phoenix?
I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath.
Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Madame Guard's mansion. At the defendant's house. What's this mean?
It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the Killer assassinated Juan Carita in his room. And then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime.
And the bear being found at Mr. Ungard's mansion would mean?
It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Matt Guard is D. Killer's client.
Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you.
Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have.
I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue the trial.
I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please.
Yes, Mr. Wright?
There are still a few points left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further?
Don't mind me making a safety save. The bear itself. I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable.
Bear, Mr. Wright?
This was found at Mr. Ungard's mansion. However, Mr. Ungard was arrested at the hotel that night, which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home.
Oh.
I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that it was Mr. Ungard who took this bear to his mansion.
Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There's no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home.
Ew. Disaster averted it. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright.
Huh?
I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Mr. Ungard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Can't believe it. That butler
all this time, he was the killer.
The Killer and Ungard were working together, so to speak. And the Killer was hiding at Ungard Mansion as its butler.
What a bold move.
The bear figurine was brought back to Ungard Mansion by the Killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ungard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad if the police had found it during their investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now.
This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to? Plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony. What? There's still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor, and it's quite a questionable point.
What are you trying to pull?
Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear, and that is the identity of the person who received the bear.
Gave something to the person inside that room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm.
As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of... Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're going to scream like that, at least give us a good reason why.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Actually, so, I remembered. I remembered who took the bear.
What? Really?
I mean, I only saw his arm. But, the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it.
Gotta be kidding.
Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai.
Order, order. It looks like you've dug your own grave yet again. How many times is that today? Lost count.
So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And, as we all know, Matt Ungard is the Nickel Samurai.
Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt Ungard. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will now hand down my verdict.
Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you?
I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? I will now announce my There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Ungard Mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is D-Killer's real client. Real client?
Yes. Tisk tisk. Is this all you have?
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is D-Killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime. By wearing a spare nickel samurai costume. Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw. That could have very well been Miss Andrews. What about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figurine at Mr. On Guard's mansion. It's a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. 20k points for nothing. Yeah, I still need to figure out stuff for channel points. Fine, I'll do an ad. $20k, that's a rookie number. Yeah. Oh, I've already done it. I already clicked it. Sorry. Oof. What's that emote? It'll be over in like 20 seconds. I definitely should have played an ad when I had to hit you with a BRB earlier. Just for, if for no other reason than to turn the pre-roll ads off. Anyway, ads over. I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there's no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Fine, anyone can tell he did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. There wasn't an ad? Weird. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order, order. All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor, for the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with this what-if game. Is what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specifically bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt onto Adrian. I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick!
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A strong power.
Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is...
It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? You been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Yeah, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Hey, Zans, how are you doing? Have you figured out where Killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time! Just had one. Even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I've gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But I've just run out of luck, but have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught?
A tent.
Huh? A tent?
I could see a circus tent.
Mia!
It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me.
So it was Maya that called you away.
She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away.
Bit tired, but okay overall. Nice. Glad you're doing good. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? There's only one, pal. Very big circus. Stream's been going good. Maya's somewhere within the 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map about 300-foot radius from the main tent. Hurry.
And
And?
I could see a mailbox under the window just outside.
Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia?
I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. It felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the 3rd floor or so?
I heard her. An old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. Call you later, so don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right?
She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved.
Gumshoe, please hurry.
It looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix?
It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. Killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder.
I understand.
Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews?
Of course I have.
You've seen it before. That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court as to this bear's secrets?
Alright.
Why? Why does she...
Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
This figurine. It's a container of sorts, is it?
Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree?
Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. May begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright.
It looks like there really was something to that bear after all. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle.
Puzzle?
That's right.
Looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly?
If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time.
So you can take it apart. And how would one go about doing that?
Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in.
Oh, yes, I see.
After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed.
Oh, this is most interesting. Boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it.
So, what do you find after you take the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with just enough room to store a small item.
And how do you know about this?
I know because I was the one who bought it.
Huh?
It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland.
And this is a present from you.
That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for one.
So it was a present from Miss Andrews.
Witness, let's continue with your testimony. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear.
So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle?
Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland. So I doubt there are that many people with the same bear in this country.
But this looks like it can be easily broken. Especially if someone wanted to get what's inside.
Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same once again once it's been broken. You really can't tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it.
Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box?
I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew.
The two of you, huh? And of course that means Mr. Ungard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now.
Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is this. This bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we've agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is this. What is inside this box?
What's inside?
That's right. That's what we're going to find out next, witness. Yes. You're the only one who can open this. Please.
Painful silence in the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart.
I've opened it. Is this what you wanted?
What is that? It looks like a note.
I don't think we need to guess at what it is, do we, Mr. Wright? It's the suicide note.
Suicide note?
The suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celeste Impax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself.
It seems that Celeste Impax had very beautiful handwriting, and she's just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order. Witness, did you know about this?
Yes, I did. I heard all about it from one. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere.
Because it had already been taken by the killer.
Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question?
It's written on the note.
That's right. At least, that's what I would think.
Now then, I believe it's only appropriate that the contents of this note be made known.
I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it, and I was going to burn it for her sake.
I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. Judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Impax left to us a record of all that had happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Ungard. About being engaged to Kurita and Ungard's role in destroying that. About how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. And that is all Miss Impax had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Ungard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness?
Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference.
My word! Matt Ungard values above all else his refreshing like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost.
It's Ungard's fault that woman killed herself. This time he even went so far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person.
There's slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. DeKiller's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. And the only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. Seems that we've come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone.
How am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do.
I know. I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those.
The gavel's already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry!
Suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer.
He's still going at it? It's just like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Matt Ungard killed in order to obtain this note. Yes, that is correct. But that seemed a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt Ungard could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Exactly. But I did think of it that way. and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It's just a flash, but I think I did rather well on this one.
Unfortunately, I think he believes differently.
I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What is that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Madame Guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And? The victim, Juan Carita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Madame Guard. Order! Order! Ahem. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You. Don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Madame Guard's fingerprints were on there.
Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh?
What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ungard has learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. Got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy?
Shush, stop, don't look at him. He's sweating is just so, ew, nasty.
Phoenix.
Yes, Chief?
Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet?
What I'm gonna do next? Does running away like a frightened child work?
I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth is very close to putting the lid on this case. But, in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing.
Well, what is it, Mia?
There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate.
Something he should investigate?
I'd really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance.
Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Mia's talking about? Can I figure out what it is that still needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. We're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing.
Hey, isn't that what I just said?
So, you're telling me that I forgot something. You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. This impacts his suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside the bear. But this bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note has yet to be analyzed. Oh. So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that has yet to be even remotely confirmed. Mr. Wright, kinda seriously suggesting.
Mr. Wright, you saying the suicide note is a fake?
Miss Andrews, you are the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. Ungard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear?
How dare you?
Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve the puzzle is the witness herself. Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Mad Ungard.
I did no such thing.
Right. If you're going to pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? And as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. That's the case. It seems that yet again we've reached a point where a verdict is impossible. That's impossible!
This isn't good, Phoenix.
Judge is going to carry the trial over another day. I don't think Maya will physically be able to make it another day. I want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. Request that both the prosecution and the defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my butt. That's just the lawyer trying to buy more time. Guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty, guilty, guilty.
What does that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello? Gumshoe? What is with him? And what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to kill her? Yeah, he got away. What? Sorry, pal, I really am. Don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. Wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do. Anyway, what's going on? Found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone.
This is terrible.
Gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry, I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more.
Guilty, guilty, guilty.
Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, can't. For us to come this far and... Oh. What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. This is really funny, by the way. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor? We're about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch. That always looks goofy every time I see it. Mr. Edgeworth. Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying... Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but... I'm reluctant to do this, however. It appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. Can you really obtain results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. Wouldn't it be better if we adjourned for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I'm asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Right. Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? To kill her. Looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Report. Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Just spit it out. Right. Looks like we just missed him, sir. The killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Thought you'd ask, pal. Got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. Don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys weren't looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I gotta put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of junk Carl say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. On a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. What happened? It sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've got to hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken, and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No, we can't let that happen. Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Give me a sec, sorry. Then we stand a chance. Why, oh, why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? That's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Why are you bringing up Francisca at a time like... Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. Francisca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what I'm doing now... I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using the evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Prosecutor Edgeworth here. Yes, bailiff. It's a phone call for you, sir. He said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. I'm glad you're enjoying my voice acting, Cabs. Gosh, every single time I revisit this case, it's always a roller coaster of emotions. The part where I had to stop halfway through an Edgeworth line is because I'm getting choked up about it. I cry over games a lot, but, like, very few games that I've streamed have made me, like, actively, like, all-out cry at the end of them. But this game very well might. The phone throw is very goofy. Catch, and then it just swirls down at him. My favorite part about it is the fact that it uses the take that bubble with it. He's just like, take that, and then throws the phone at him. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready. But what I was saying with the me crying at games thing is that, like, a lot of the time I get, like, very misty-eyed at games. It's very impressive given the engine. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? That is... It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth?
It looks like something unexpected just happened to him.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, you can please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? Do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order, order, order. Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? This was not written by Miss Impax. Who wrote it? We would need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Mr. Carita?
Well, well. It looks like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard.
However, Your Honor, even though this suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so the facts remain unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. His theory that On Guard had no idea the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. What is this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. You kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. On Guard knew of the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. On Guard would have known that the note the victim had forged, or would have known that the Wow. For some weird reason, 3 lines of text specifically really throws off my ability to read. Then this means Mr. Engard would have known that the victim had forged the note. So then, the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation is suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Engard's motive for murder was has suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Engard monitored Mr. Kurita 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Engard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Here's the thing, as much as this case is very high stress, and it feels bad trying to get Engard off, it also is really satisfying to have Phoenix be like, no, Edgeworth, you give evidence to prove what you're saying is true. Burden of proof is not on me this time. Shut up. Order, order, order. Mr. Edgeworth. It looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave.
As I figured.
As you figured. How much for face reveal? I don't feel comfortable with showing my face, Dash. Not yet, anyway.
As I figured, it came down to this after all.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense.
When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next?
What next?
If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Engard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle.
Well, I agree with you there.
Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time.
Oh, well, that's fine.
However, this witness is a little unusual.
Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth?
This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of who was it that hired Shelley DeKiller to commit murder.
That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness?
It's,
Yes, go on. Who is it?
the man himself, Mr. Shelley DeKiller.
Oh, Mr. DeKiller.
Have a good night.
Wait, Shelley DeKiller. You mean the killer? I mean the assassin.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's coming here, to the witness stand.
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission.
Well, Mr. Wright,
Yes?
is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? Can't really do much to drag this trial out.
The defense has no objections, Your Honor.
I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Boy, am I glad that I don't have a hotkey for starting and stopping streaming, because I just tipped a water bottle all over my, I dumped... I didn't dump. I knocked a water bottle over onto my keyboard and just mashed a whole ton of keys. I wonder if it really is alright to do this.
Very well, then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand.
Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Thank you for the hydrate dash. I drank the water that made me hit my keyboard.
Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please.
Very good, sir. My name is Shelly DeKiller. I'm a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here?
Your Honor.
How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio?
Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. DeKiller will testify to this court.
So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. DeKiller himself.
Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are in fact Shelly DeKiller.
Understand? Please wait a second.
I'm so hungry.
Maya!
Maya,
A voice. Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this?
The defense has no objections to this person. We're satisfied that this man is indeed Shelly DeKiller.
It looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so...
Now then, witness. There's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else.
And what would that be?
At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carida. Is this correct?
It is as you say, I did indeed kill Mr. Carida.
Now that we've answered that, let's move on to the name of your client.
Very well. It's all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it, a bad dream.
Shelly DeKiller. What is he going to say?
Sorry, give me a sec. There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between the client and himself. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. DeKiller seems to be a very clever man. I'd almost say he seems to be mocking us.
While he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor, Mr. DeKiller is only stating the truth. He's no hypocrite. He's always stood by this one belief.
You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can even comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
there's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix.
There's something I must first state.
We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your client's...
I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something that I must first state. Do you understand what the word first means?
Sorry. Go on.
Well, it appears this is one witness you can't badger, Mr. Wright.
It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation.
To an assassin, nothing is more important than the bond of trust between the client and himself.
The trust between you and your client.
I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner.
In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner. This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer name so my clients can trust me.
But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust?
It has never happened before, but if it ever did,
Yes?
that person wouldn't be my client for very long. It would certainly...
That's enough. Please, no more.
Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. Oh, wait. Shit, did I break something? Okay, good. Whew. I thought this stream had been frozen for like the last couple minutes, and I was terrified. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I'd think that this would be very bad for them.
It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role.
A role?
This person tried to implicate another in the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven.
Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty?
To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die?
No, I didn't say anything.
Judge had better watch himself. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client.
We understand, so please tell us the name of your client.
I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do.
That egomaniacal.
It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you.
Somehow, that coming from an assassin makes it less than comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff, just tell us the name already.
Patience, try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand his mindset. He seems very steadfast and closed, so you're going to have to work to get him to talk.
Not his therapist, you know? Just between you and your client. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had already broken the rules.
A person who frames another is the worst kind of human.
And that's why you feel you can betray this person.
I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role.
Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured?
Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic?
This case just keeps getting better and better.
If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed.
Sorry, that was probably really loud. I got spit on my mic. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really.
In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek.
You must have made it you've made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we're ready. Thank you for the hydrate, Nautilus.
Excellent. And that is the reason I'm here today on this witness stand.
That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about... Oh, wait, we've already read this. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Oh, wait, I skipped past the extra thing there. Ah!
What is it?
Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name.
If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carita?
That person's name is... Adrian Andrews.
What? Witness. That's not who you told me it was earlier.
Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and it's Adrian Andrews.
What? This can't be. On the phone earlier.
What's going on here?
My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edgeworth in the back.
Stabbed Edgeworth in the back?
I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court. Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt on guard, perhaps?
I knew it.
This is outrageous. I was deceived. This witness is telling a very serious lie.
But you were the one who summoned this witness.
You, Shelley DeKiller?
The testimony is the truth. The defendant, at the moment, is Matt on guard, am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal.
Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this.
Yeah. Prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we've heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all.
No.
All this evidence, it's obvious to me that this means Mr. Matt on guard is innocent. Seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please, continue your discussion, and call me when you've reached a verdict. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately.
What now? With the way this is going, On Guard will be found innocent. It's maybe our last chance to save Maya.
Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. DeKiller is lying. And On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath.
It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie.
Miss Andrews.
The suicide note may have been a fake. But that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now. You have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie.
But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He's named you as his client.
No, that's not true.
Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. Knife and the button, donning the nickel samurai costume.
But that's...
You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impax was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead.
No. Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me.
Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I believe we've reached the end of this trial. Making a safety save because our last save was a while back. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do?
Phoenix.
Can't do it, Mia. I can't accept a not guilty.
You're a lawyer.
I know. But Matt on guard is a killer. A murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than on guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it's because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten on guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. DeKiller. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright?
Right.
But that witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through witnesses' lies and find the truth. That is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller.
Right away, Your Honor.
Has a verdict been reached?
Before that, we would like to talk to you a little more.
About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for?
Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is how things are usually done.
What is he talking about? Usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now?
Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail.
You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. The client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carrito was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. That act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events. For the, 5th time now? However, this time, everything has finally been revealed.
Just a second, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
We still have the cross-examination to do.
You don't need to question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor, the defense will question the witness.
As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then
I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose.
I don't understand what's going on anymore.
That makes two of us.
As I have already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However... What is it, Mr. Wright?
If I press him the wrong way, it might raise suspicions on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit.
Yes.
How much is your fee?
I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney.
Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial.
No. I'm not thinking of hiring... Mr. Wright. Yes? You want to kill me. You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you think something like that? You're guilty. Mr. Phoenix Wright, you are hereby declared guilty.
Witness, let us continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They are your client, are they not? One thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime.
I'd think that most people wouldn't be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill.
If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very effective at my job.
Yeah. Change in occupation might be good for you.
However, I will say this. Even though I'm the one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. DeKiller. And their fate is to live with the knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time thought they could run away from their guilt. My client did it to frame another for the crime.
Are you talking about the button and the knife?
Yes, and my business card.
Oh, this card.
So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things as easy as possible. Try to make things easy. My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service.
He's pretty devoted to his work.
But to disregard everything, let's go and stab the deceased with a knife. Even hide my card from sight. That is something I cannot overlook.
It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here.
While pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene.
So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing?
That's correct. Usually, most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest you plan for your alibi too.
No! I heard he told you I have no intention of using your services, ever. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here?
Adrian Andrews already knew that from the very beginning, that Juan Carrita was dead.
From the very beginning.
That is correct. From before my client visited the room. All of my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times.
I wonder if that's really true.
That's odd. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button.
So why did you think that your client did that?
What do you mean by why?
Well, fiddling around at the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would somebody who had requested a murder go to the crime scene anyway?
That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Ungard.
If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you did it, or that you do it?
Sadly, that is not possible.
Huh?
My job is to kill, that is all, and to leave my business card behind, naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. And if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall. That act is what I'm referring to when I said that my client had broken the rules.
And that's all you have to testify?
Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again.
Again? As in you plan to continue?
I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney?
Excuse me? No. I'm fine, really. really now? I wonder what kind of man the judge thinks I am now.
What are you gonna do now, Phoenix?
All I can do now is expose the lies.
That's true. However, you realize that'll be very bad for our client, right?
So confused. But the one thing I know for sure is that I can't let this trial end yet. Adrian Anders already knew from the beginning that Juan Corrida was dead. Doesn't the wine glass contradict that? Because didn't she pour this because she didn't think she thought Juan was, like, passed out? Confidence save. Not a safety save this time, it's a confidence save. Gotta save to show that I'm fully confident in my answer. Ah, that is correct. Cool. Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. DeKiller. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Anders entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Corrida had been murdered. But how? How do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. Glass. Mr. DeKiller's supposed client thought Mr. Corrida had only fainted, which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion?
Strangely enough, I had the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon?
Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not very important, it's not a very important point anyway, correct?
I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Anders really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have the knowledge of Mr. Corrida's death. If not, then that can only mean Adrian Andrews was never your client at all.
Love that they use they and non-gendered pronouns for a name when referring to Adrian right here. I'm glad that you noticed that, Nautilus. I don't know if you know the case beforehand, but I'm glad that you noticed that. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation?
Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence.
I'm sorry.
Well, that was an awfully weak objection for the two of you.
Anyway, I'm positive there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requires further testimony concerning when the request was taken.
Remember the general plot? Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, huh? That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details.
I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I've never taken a request by telephone or mail.
And why is that?
That is because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, is the testimony just now of any importance?
Of course, it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. DeKiller had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he's mistaken.
So you're saying that his client really was Adrian Andrews?
I guess so.
You see, it's just as I said.
So lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here?
Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax.
Now then, would the witness please continue?
"1 week ago. Are you sure?"
Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, had my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my services, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind.
Please, stop.
In any case, my client this time had a very specific date and time in mind.
Specific date and time.
It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony.
Did you ask why on that specific night?
No. I tried to fulfill all the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions.
Suspicions, huh? So what are those suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night?
I'm sure it was all for the bear.
The bear?
My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan Carita's room. I'd like you to retrieve that item for me.
You must be talking about this bear puzzle. Inside that figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, the victim brought it with him into his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose the contents at the press conference, after all.
That is correct. And if I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where that bear figurine was.
I see.
Well, Mr. Wright, testimony just now of any importance?
The testimony just now has made one thing clear, and that is... the client knew the secret of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet?
Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that.
Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. So your client was Adrian Andrews.
That is correct.
Well, he says the two of them met. But if they did, then there shouldn't be anything wrong with D-Killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around.
You have to draw more information from him. You can't draw his suspicion. If you can do that, you should be able to find a flaw in his testimony somewhere.
Talk about a delicate balance. I always found it really weird that you have to press some of these statements multiple times. You ask why on that specific night? Nope. All my duties, I had my suspicions. Suspicions. There you go. And if I ask about them, it'd only be a guess. See, that's fine then. So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right?
Of course I did.
What was that? What was with the brief pause? Witness, I'd like for you to give us a few more details. My clients, cool. Trust. Very important. What? Request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to request and finalize a few matters. That is what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I've made no mistakes. Okay, this has to be a situation if I need to say that a certain thing is important. Are these suspicions you had? Why did your clients... It was all for the bear. Bear. Client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in One Karita's room. I'd like for you to retrieve that item for me. We're talking about the bear puzzle. Said the bear was a suicide note. We disclosed the contents. That is correct. If I had not done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. It's very important. The client knew the secret of the bear figurine, yep. What am I supposed to do here? I don't think that there's anything that I can present. Physically met Adrian Andrews. There we go. Find something more definitive to catch this guy on. Can we believe that your testimony up to this point has been reliable? Nope. What? Value the trust between my client and myself. The only way to establish is to speak of the eye. Why he meets his clients isn't important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? That's not your voice. My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I've already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That is when I thought I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony of right now just of any importance? Yeah, jeez. If I heard what I think I just heard right now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. The moment I saw him, I thought I could trust this person as a client. That was... I keep trying to press X. Mr. DeKiller, do you realize that I'm an attorney? I keep trying to press X. The reason that I've presented so many incorrect pieces of evidence by accident like that is because I keep trying to press X to switch to the Profiles tab. I'd like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelly DeKiller. You've never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. What is the issue? What did you just say just now? About her. If you'd ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she's a woman. Oh. Order. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this?
This witness testified to the following: that he always meets face-to-face with his clients when he's taking their request.
But he's never met with Adrian Andrews in person.
Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. DeKiller's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews.
Sweating oil. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake?
I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor.
Her name?
Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name.
Yes, I see.
Unluckily for Mr. DeKiller, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so, he simply picked the wrong gender to go with.
What? What is going on? Kelly DeKiller. This court demands an explanation. I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another.
So does that mean you remember, something different now?
Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more.
I know he's just gonna spit out more lies.
Very well, but this time please give us the truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for murder of one Karita, and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. You took this job through a letter.
Didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I'll throw, he'll counter it.
Now then, let's begin the cross-examination.
Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. But didn't you just say that you always meet your clients?
Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there are some clients for whom a meeting is simply not possible.
Didn't you meet your client this time?
No, I did not.
Oh, come now, let's stop with this game of cat and mouse.
Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me.
Alright then, just cough it up and confess.
Mr. Wright, you can't badger a witness with such harsh words. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. DeKiller met with his client?
Proof that DeKiller met with his client. What? That was... How did I do that? I somehow just managed to get the entire, like, dialogue prompt to disappear. I don't have proof. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I don't have any proof.
I see. Your line of questioning was just another waste of time.
Sadly for us, Your Honor, that is the nature of right and wrong.
There have been times when I took a job without having met my client.
And why could you not meet certain clients? Yeah,
That's a thing that I've been considering, Dash. I'm just unsure of how exactly I would go about it. Recently, I've been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. Nice business opportunities? On top of which, the times have changed. It is now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I've joined the times and now take requests via electronic mail. Electronic mail? To mail that in a special insulated envelope? Ah, I'm very sorry. Despise the shortening of words. What I meant by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email? A contest of mimicry, the judge would beat a parrot, hands down. Definitely redeemed Titania just to hear the Goddess of Bloodshed voice once more. Hey, Nautilus, you're in luck. You have at least one more game with Titania in it, because I still haven't streamed through Radiant Dawn.
Anyway, so you took this job without having met your client, and...
The request was for the murder of Mr. Juan Carita, and 2 or 3 other small things.
2 or 3 other things?
Yes.
And what were these other things?
A few other things that have nothing to do with this case.
Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide.
Mr. Attorney.
Yes?
Everything I've said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder why... what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination? Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client?
That's...
I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one...
Wait! Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. Shouldn't press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested were.
If it is truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine.
The bear figurine?
After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing.
And where was that figurine?
It was inside Mr. Carita's suitcase.
And then, what did you do next?
I handed it over to my client right away.
You gave it to your client. Interesting.
This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you've stated in your testimony. As you wish. One of these was to find the bear figurine and to give it to Adrian Andrews.
I found this figurine at Mr. Ungard's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there?
I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ungard, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this piece of testimony?
There's a contradiction, because she would have burnt the note if she had been given the chance. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement there is a contradiction. And yet, I know that if I present something trivial here, he'll cut the connection on his end. If you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Present evidence. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figure. And she told you to take the bear and wait for her at Ungard Mansion. Is that correct?
Yes. Where are you going with this?
Well, I think maybe you might have remembered a few things incorrectly.
What?
This is a battle of wits. I can't let up on him.
I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. I think it's just the bear itself. It's either the bear itself or the note. Shelly D. Killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside it. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony.
And I was going to burn it, for her sake.
If even for a single minute, this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order, order, order. So that's where you were going, or where you two were going.
So, by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle.
Which means?
It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client.
Oh. Order, order, order! Mr. Phoenix, Wright? I'm sure I mentioned this before. I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... It's enough. That is your intention, then there's only one thing for me to do.
Wait, please.
Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to.
No, please, not that. Please wait.
Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end, and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Ah! What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. You think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough?
Well, we should...
Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, chill.
The prosecution,
Just come over, everyone. Even you are.
The prosecution rests.
What's going on around here?
The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor.
What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. Safety save. The prosecution rests with no further questions. Then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is... Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
I end the trial right here, right now, and your client, Matt Ungard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder.
Miss Andrews will be charged with murder.
The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ungard, to the stand.
The items from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out.
Can't believe it.
The outcome now lies in your hands.
Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. So, guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. On Guard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring breeze crap? It's just atrocious, don't you agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life?
You'd better get on guard of guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. If I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, your client, Mr. Matt on Guard, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you?
Right. Can't do this. I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on Guard, is...
We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on Guard, your client deserves an answer.
Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on Guard is... Franziska von Karma!
What are you doing here? Ow!
You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool.
Did you bring them? The final pieces, do you have them?
You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this.
Filthy old coat this is.
It's gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere.
I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in.
I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence.
Final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial.
What? Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Ms. Von Karma be allowed to present these 3 pieces of evidence.
I suppose you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, they will be not accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please.
These pieces of evidence are left by the killer during his escape from the police.
Must have been quite a rush.
Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence.
Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. I'm sure of it.
That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol.
Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? I'm pretty sure there was no gun involved in this case. There's no real benefit to hearing about it. Please present the next piece of evidence.
The second piece of evidence is this videotape.
Bet the killer took that from Unguard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape?
Unfortunately, there was no time to.
Oh yeah.
But I would speculate that this tape is very important.
Why would you say that?
Because he came back to his hideout for it.
The killer went back for it?
That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. But somehow, it looks like they managed to protect it from DeKiller. Surely DeKiller's no ordinary man.
Sorry, I've lost Francisca's voice.
The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform.
There we go. Is that the uniform from the Gatewater Hotel? More details are not needed. Don't think this is going to help us much at all. Thank you very much, Miss Von Karma. I think that's enough.
That is all I have to present, Your Honor.
Just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelley DeKiller's hideout would be very important clues. However, the question is not who did the killing.
It is, who is the client?
Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. You may step down now.
Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence.
Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict.
Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end?
Phoenix,
I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there?
I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You've come this far. You can't give up now.
But no matter how you think about it, it's...
Try, for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us.
2?
The first, make Unguard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict.
Huh?
DeKiller will always place his client's wishes first. If Unguard himself wishes to be convicted, then he'll let his hostage go.
That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible.
The second way, force DeKiller to end his contract with Unguard. If DeKiller were to no longer think of Unguard as his client, then he would let Maya go.
Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his client above all else.
I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle.
Bigger problem is, Judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. Pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them.
Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us?
The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around?
Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it?
Person who needs the evidence.
The defense, prosecution, and the judge. We've all seen all the pieces of evidence. And that's how we have to confirm, or have to know the truth.
Come to know the truth.
But there's one person who has yet to see them all. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end.
There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I'll pronounce my verdict.
Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids?
Already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence.
I'm not saying it is it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor.
Then you want to show that evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I'll grant you one chance.
One chance.
Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person.
That's impossible. To turn the situation around in one try.
One try. That is all I will permit.
You have to try to remember everything that's happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking Ungard down at the same time.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Would you like to show evidence to? I see. Now, tell us, court, what one piece of evidence you would like to show to this person. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth?
I think there's some merit in showing this evidence to that witness.
Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier.
All right, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right?
Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence.
Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape that was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back.
That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape.
Thought so.
I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard.
Do you know the contents of this tape?
I was sternly told by my client not to watch it. So I have absolutely no idea.
Actually, you're on this tape.
Me?
There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded.
What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted that camera?
Well, the only person who could have planted the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally.
That was Adrian Anders.
Be quiet and listen, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your client specified a place and time for you, isn't that right?
Yes.
That was so that they could film you.
I had no idea. Mr. Wright? Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why.
Why did Matt Ungard film the crime scene? The reason why he did that is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted blackmail on you. Your client once told me something very interesting. We're talking about you, and this is what they said.
But I'm no weakling. I don't believe in anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay and even blackmail him if I want.
Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly DeKiller?
Oh? Looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning.
Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness.
Yes?
You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all.
Yes, that's right.
But what if the traitor was your own client? What would you do then?
That's obvious. I
would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the D-Killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes D-Killer's next target. Ah, I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I'll now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item!
Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, Actually, I don't quite know what just happened. Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. On Guard, it looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You'll finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that all right with you, Mr. Wright?
We've finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you.
Right, Chief. I'm gonna save over that save slot that I just did. There's something very, like, if I remember correctly, if you plead not guilty here, Phoenix basically is just like, this is what you wanted, isn't it? And he's very sassy about it, but... Matt on Guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Lots of guilty. Guilty, 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 guilty. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how was Matt on Guard? I've left Miss Von Karma in charge of this incarceration, of his incarceration. You heading to bed, Dash? I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, Witness?
Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor.
Have a good night, Dash.
The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair.
She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did.
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me.
But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, That's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you use your combined strength to convict Matt, I felt like I'd finally been saved.
Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile.
I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I've felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone.
Looks like we've resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. That is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned.
You were great out there, Phoenix.
I did out there was right, wasn't it?
This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right?
Yes, I understand now.
Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final pieces of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make.
Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter.
Can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt Ungard, is...
Is he guilty, or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then, and your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you.
Sorry if you can hear the water running. It's a bit loud.
Right. Edgeworth. I have good news. Maya's now safe in police custody.
Really?
Pearls.
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car.
Ah, Mystic Maya's safe. You did it. You really did it, Mr. Nick.
How? She punches deceptively hard for a kid. Kids tend to do that.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh,
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier. Thanks.
Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix, Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy?
I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma.
How dare you?
Don't worry, she may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago.
Edgeworth?
For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
As well you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die.
But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change.
What foolish nonsense!
We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong to it with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well.
What? You trusted your enemy?
It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge that we hold and everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every inch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you.
You're at 125k. Jeez.
The truth.
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Ah! Is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
Really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why, 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself.
You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma, I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who's destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you're no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over.
Siska threw something on the ground just now.
This is an electromagnetic receiver.
Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe?
I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right?
Okay.
Nick!
Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! Oh, Nick, I knew you would come through. You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it.
Maya.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm relieved that you're all right.
Hey, it looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Alright. I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Huh? Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food! Grub, chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry. Even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist.
Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I've decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food!
Hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. Didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. Telephone pole? And it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. Felt like my dear old heart was gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks.
Now looky here, Mr. Snotty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine professional photographer.
Wow. Looks like Lotta bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating, so let's go chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Me? You really think so?
He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending.
Ow. Well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from Killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There's a 4th item?
Ah, come on, y'all. It's over. But who, boy, I tell ya. Y'all, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So to keep my mind off things, I drew a picture. It sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it went. Aw, that's too bad.
Oh, whoops.
Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyway.
Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. What is it, Edgeworth?
This thing is picking something up.
Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. Can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me.
That's odd, even though you're standing right here. The tracking device seems to be in a different location.
Oh, it's probably busted or something, sir.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
You've eaten way too much, you glutton. Cut her some slack, Phoenix. She literally was being starved.
I had fun tonight, if you'll excuse me.
Wait,
What?
I just want to say, thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there.
If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right?
I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel.
What's this?
Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her.
You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya? Yes, Pearly? I guess you two can go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly, would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh? Yeah. Kinda at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh?
Yeah, got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, you see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000.
Huh?
Actually, I reckon I bought it, you bought it for me since it's on your tab and all. Isn't this great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick.
Now I suddenly feel like screaming.
Aw, you don't need to hold back now, you hear?
Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out.
This is going to be the first time I hear the real you. Go on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy at being a hostage and all.
Alright then, if you say so. I love this game. This game has its issues. This game has a lot of issues.
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro. I'm so happy that you could save Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the 2 of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the 2 of you, just in case.
Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my stake. I already said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. I like that Edgeworth's argument for why Detective Gumshoe should be a detective is he would be a menace to society otherwise.
I, Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Yes. Are you here to visit a patient? I'm Director Hottie. Recently? Yes. That girl, you know? I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack. Didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes.
I'm glad that was very short.
It's time to begin our quest of world circus domination, sweetie. And let the world know that we're serious. I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey, Max, what do you think Zimbabwe's like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes.
I slipped into a bit of Edgeworth there.
I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls, represent. We got our new act all worked out. Prepare to work for the Hallelujah Chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it.
Oh no, top big.
this. Drat, it's just another ordinary electric razor recharging on its stand. Can't believe this, really. How long do they plan on making me do this? But it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have deep hidden meaning. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? It was never like this in the old days. Everyone always thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and there wasn't a thing I hadn't heard about. And playing with fire is dangerous. Write down some
I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right, I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with longevity. Where are you going, Francisca?
How did you know I was here?
With this.
That's...
I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout. I'm sure it took 4 things in total, sir.
4 things?
It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket.
Put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
What are you going to do now?
That's none of your business.
Are you running away?
Shut up. You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter.
Francisca.
So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that, but me? I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. Or I had to be one. I had to.
You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be.
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away.
Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Wright, you knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip.
You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally my chance to take revenge on you arrived. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge.
I see.
You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been up until today.
I believe you can, just like how Adrian Anders did.
Adrian Andrews?
I'm sorry that my Francisca voice has slipped a bit, but...
You were going to use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me after I'd left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But, I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francisca von Karma.
I am Francisca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. So you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again.
God, this ending always makes me tear up. Well, we ran stream very long. That's partially due to the fact that I started late, but give me just a sec to readjust my mic and we'll find someone to raid. That's probably really loud. So, fun fact, for those of you that aren't fully, like, you know, that haven't seen this game through fully. So, we have a save right here, I think, if I didn't save over it by accident. Yeah, right here. I can show this real quick. Sorry, that was probably really loud again. We're waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Stand on guard. Your client deserves an answer. Maya. Sorry. Wait, did I say not guilty? I meant to say guilty. Or not guilty. Mad on guard is... I picked the wrong option. That's really funny, actually. I can't believe that I picked the wrong option. I wanted to show the bad end. This is the one time in the entire Ace Attorney series that the game has had a bad end. Not guilty. Wait, what? There is a bad end here. Am I mistaken? Same for both? I thought it was that you had to pick a... Wait, how do you trigger the bad ending in this case, then? Oh, wait, do you have to take the really early out? The one where it's... No, because there's an option where if you pick a dialogue option that, where you're based... Oh, it's when, the judge is asking, for the verdict earlier in the trial, where you basically you have Adrian Andrews pinned down, and you basically say like, yes, we're going to get more testimony. If you say that you want your verdict there, you get a bad ending that where Phoenix gives up on being a lawyer and never sees Maya again. And on top of that, there is a infamous typo in that ending in the original, all versions of the game up until the HD port, which is what I'm playing. There is a typo where the text is supposed to say the miracle never happened, but it's literally just the miracle never happened. And it's been memed to hell and back. But anyway, I will not hit my water bottle with my mic this time. Okay. Can we see the Mad on Guard not guilty freak out? Yeah. We're already over time, I guess. We can go a little bit longer. Congratulations, Mr. Mad on Guard. Please, make sure to savor every moment of what little time you have left. Your Honor, as always, the defense pleads not guilty. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Matt on Guard. Hold it! Please wait. What's the matter? If I get a not guilty, I'll be killed. I'm... No! It's the same breakdown. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. Yep, and then this is all the same. It's basically just Phoenix being very, sassy. You get the bad ending if you present the evidence, any evidence except the videotape, presented it to anyone but Shelly, or selected anything other than on guard wanted blackmail. Okay. Interesting. But yeah, there's no more differences past that as far as I'm aware. But Phoenix is very smug in that instance. He's basically just like, hey, enjoy what little time you have left. I was wrong then, good to know. Let's see who there is to raid. Oh, wait, Luna's still streaming. Shit, let's raid Luna. So yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I will be back with more, or not with more, with, it'll either be Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, or not Dream Drop Distance. That's skipping very far ahead. Birth by Sleep, not Dream Drop. It'll either be Birth by Sleep, or if I decide that I want to cram a intermediary game between this and that, I'll update in the Discord. Speaking of which, !Discord if you want to join the Discord. !Socials if you want to follow my, Twitter, which I have been procrastinating putting some art up, but I'm probably going to put some art up, like, very soon, like, within the next day on there. And, it also has my VODs channel. But, other than that, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I hope to see you again tomorrow. What day is today? Today is Monday. We'll get one day of Birth by Sleep and then have to pause for a day. But yeah. I guess have a good one and take care.